Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Wow, my hearing aids are hot. I hope this finds you well. We are already in court. Oh my gosh. I thought I was going to be on early at 8:45, but nope. We are already in court this morning. I'm feeling a little bit behind the ball. They decided to go early so they can work through some of the jury instructions. So, with that, let's get into the intro. Today is a turning point in the Banfield trial. After the testimony, objections, and let's just say craziness, shift narratives, we finally reached the moment we've all been waiting for. Today is hopefully verdict day. The courtroom tightens and the law takes center stage. We start with the judge delivering the jury instructions, which is the legal framework the jury must follow in every matter. Then both sides will step up for the final shot at closing arguments, their last chance to pull all the evidence together and tell the jury what they believe the verdict should be. Once closing, are done, the jury will be dismissed to deliberate, and we move straight into verdict watch. We'll be watching the courtroom, the timing, the body language, and all and any signals, deliberation, movement that happens in the court. Will there be questions? Will the jury ask for more evidence? Not evidence. Will the jury ask to review some evidence? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We will be in verdict watch. The recap is on Banfield's testimony. His overall demeanor and testimony was controlled and tense. He tried to present himself as calm and factual, but there were moments that his tone shifted under pressure. The jury saw the witness who tried to stay composed, but the cracks showed when the questioning became very specific. By the way, I need a sound check. If y'all don't mind, give me a thumbs up or a number 1 if the sound is good to you guys. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. His version of the events. Banfield walked into the jury, though his account of what happened, the emphasized what his claims were and what he saw. His claims were that he heard, and then the decisions he made in the moment. He attempted to frame his actions as reasonable and consistent. I didn't buy it. The prosecution highlighted areas where his story changed over time. The defense tried to anchor him as a steady and reliable. Key points in the prosecution was that they focused on the inconsistencies between his earlier statements and the testimony, the gaps in the timeline, and moments where his memory seemed selective. They pressed him for details that didn't align with the physical evidence and other witnesses. Their goal was to show the jury that Banfield's version of events had shifted depending on who he was being questioned by. That is where we are today. Itch. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and get straight into court because y'all Where is it? I had it all lined up. StreamYard, quit doing this to me. Thank you very much. And here we go. I did not know they were going to go to court early, but they did. And here we are, outside of the jury presence.
Of the case number ending in 666. And then for 2 and 3, there's a motion to dismiss those.
Oh, wait,
so
okay,
no
hold on, I'm
objection to-
getting
I'm sorry.
tapped.
No, ma'am.
Wait a minute, hold on. There seems to be a change here.
Sorry, we're gonna read this one more time.
Same after transaction.
Yep,
1,
That was a little shocker to me.
4,
I thought I was early. Oh, I got to get my coffee.
15. Yes, 1 and 4. Dismiss
Oh, you-
2 and 3.
Okay,
Yes.
final answer?
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 4. So we're dismissing 2 and 3 with no objection.
No
Okay,
objection.
all right. So 1, 4, and 5 under the case number 666. And then we just have child endangerment on
Which
the
is
one ending in 873. Okay,
count 1, Judge.
that is count 1.
Yes.
So count 2 is dismissed
Yes, ma'am.
on that, on 873. Okay, fabulous. So now I have the ones before that we had talked about. Do you just want to go through those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And I will pass up our new stack. They're clean. They have. the
Okay,
letters typed
excellent.
in.
all right, so I had
That's
instruction A, which I assume is still the same, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll withdraw instruction B since he did
Correct.
testify? Okay, withdrawn. And then you still have C?
Yes.
Okay. D,
Yes.
E,
Yes.
F,
Yes.
G,
If they stop sticking together, yes.
all right, and then H.
Judge, I have an I next.
Oh, I'm sorry, H is child abuse, so you're
Yep,
throwing that
so
one.
that would be withdrawn.
Okay, fabulous. All right, and then we have I,
Yes.
okay, Q,
So Judge Q would be withdrawn.
Q is withdrawn, I assume without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, Q is withdrawn. Okay, what do you have next? R?
I actually had an L.
Okay, you had L. I switched them around a little bit because.
That's okay because they didn't make sense in that order. That's fine.
Well, not to me, but.
That,
maybe.
nope, that's A-okay. I can track.
I could,
So-
yes, that's fine, I'll just.
If you're on R next, we would withdraw R.
Withdraw R, okay.
We would withdraw S.
I have M next.
Okay,
M
so
as in Mike.
M is in.
Okay. S as in Sam,
S as in Sam would be withdrawn.
okay. N as in Nancy,
Yes,
O,
yes,
P,
yes,
T as in Tango,
yes.
okay. And then I think, let me see, then I have some of his instruction. I think that's all I had for you. So which ones would you like to add to that?
So I have L, which was willful.
Willful, okay, you have L.
I do.
All right, do you have a copy?
I
Well,
do.
You got the clean copies,
Yep,
that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
Okay,
pass that
so
up to your honor.
we'll add L, okay, and what else?
And then I have U, which is the instruction for aggravated murder through your period.
Okay,
And then I have V, which is the instruction aggravated murder, same actor transaction.
okay.
And then I have X, which is the crime of child endangerment.
Okay. And your U and B have the waterfalls also?
They do not, Judge.
You're not doing
We are not
waterfalls?
doing a waterfall.
You are just standing on aggravated murder?
We are.
Okay, that is your option. Do you want waterfall instructions, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
No.
I stand on as well.
Okay, so we're standing on aggravated murder. You've just made life a lot simpler for me on your decisions, but that is your decision. Okay, so no waterfalls, we're standing on aggravated murder.
Yes, and I'm passing them up with the previously agreed upon new separate so that you can put them in as you
Okay.
would like them to appear.
All right,
I also understand we've agreed to defense 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 20, and 36.
I think that's what I have.
No
Let me make
changes.
Sure. That's the only, those are the only ones I had already had, correct?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have 2, oh, I do have L, okay, sorry. I do have 2, 4, 10, 12, and 16, and 20, and 36.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything to add to those, or that's it?
There you
Oh, you guys get a gold star today.
Thank you.
Okay, that is fabulous. All right, so you want to hand me up the, you have the clean copies for your, oh, you already gave me.
Yep.
Okay, I got the clean copies. And do those include Mr. Carroll's, or Mr. Carroll, yours were already clean copied, correct?
The ones that I handed up before were clean copies.
Okay, so I can just insert his into
Yes, ma'am.
yours. Perfect.
And
I
at
can
this
do
point,
that.
we owe you a verdict form. Now that you have accepted those
Right, yes,
instructions.
I have those instructions.
We will provide you with a verdict form.
Okay, oh, that's fine. So if you want to provide a verdict form, I can have Shannon do one since it's just aggravated murder now. It's not too
If,
difficult.
if
I can do
that's
that.
just fine.
So we'll do 3 verdict forms, one for aggravated murder, one for firearm, and one for child endangerment.
Yes,
We're on
ma'am.
the same sheet, music? Okay, good. 3 verdict forms?
Ms. Frisler is asking, do you think we need 2 aggravated murder forms?
Oh, yes,
given
I'm
that
sorry.
there are
I
2 separate?
apologize. You're right, because you did go ahead and do both same occurrence and 3
And
years.
3 years.
Yes, so we need 4 verdict forms. Aggravated murder in the same act and transaction, aggravated murder in 3 years, firearm, use of firearm, and child endangerment. Okay, we'll get those together.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the end of closings, we'll be able, you can review them before they go back to the jury.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Your Honor,
Yes,
is
sir.
there an order that you're going to be calling out the jury instructions?
there is. Let me just put it back into the
Okay.
order and I will let you know. And I will actually get copies to you as well.
Okay.
In the order that I'm going to give them, and I'll get one for the court reporter too,
Oh,
Carol.
great, thank you.
So I'll do that. We'll have time to do that, okay?
Okay.
So that takes care of jury instructions. Do I have Ms. Smith here yet? Ms. Smith, are you here? Are you ready for your motion?
Yes.
Let's go. Is that okay?
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
rather do that than I can go back and put those instructions all in
Yes, ma'am.
order. Ms. Smith, you can just come to the center podium. That's fine. Apologize. These were always drawn.
Just want to make sure I have the right Miss Smith. This is for the access motion?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great.
Well, you're Ms. Smith, so.
Well, no, I know.
You
I just,
answered.
there could be multiple Miss Smiths, so I wanted to make
Well,
sure.
the odds were pretty good that I had the right person. I know it was set for 9:30, but since we were so organized today, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and do it now.
Absolutely.
All right, I've read your motion.
Thank you.
So you don't need to regurgitate it, but anything you want to add to the record, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. No, I mean, I appreciate you reading it. And just for the record, I'm Alia Smith here on behalf of ABC and NBC for access to sealed records. And I won't repeat what's in our papers, other than to say I read the Commonwealth's opposition yesterday.
Right.
And, I don't think that they offered, the compelling reasons that are necessary to seal, in a public criminal trial. The fact that the litigation was concluded in the Daily Press case, which is one of the main authorities that we relied on, I don't think is a distinction, because the harm that they're claiming here is not to do with jury tampering or jury impact. And same with they try and distinguish the press enterprises cases, because in the press enterprise cases, the Supreme Court was dealing with the sealing of a whole entire trial.
Being closed, correct.
Correct. And that's true. And I appreciate very much that most of this trial has been completely open.
400 exhibits and televised. So.
Exactly, and the exhibits available on the internet. But I think the point of the press enterprise and Globe newspapers and all the Supreme Court cases is that every aspect of a criminal trial needs to be open, and if it's not, the sealing has to be justified by on-the-record findings of a compelling interest, and I don't think that's been done here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Did you want to respond? I did read your opposition
We
brief.
would submit on our brief.
Spin on your brief. Did you want us to respond, Mr. Carroll? You joined your microphone just.
Your Honor, I would join in the Commonwealth's position.
All right. Thank you. Okay. You can stay right there. That's fine. All right. So the ruling on the media motion, non-parties ABC and Dateline have moved to unseal certain exhibits admitted during this trial. The court fully recognizes and respects the First Amendment and the fundamental principles
no.
of transparency in our judicial system. These proceedings have at all times been open to the public and the media, and the media has not been denied access to any hearing or trial testimony in this case. At the same time, the court does not take the sealing of documents lightly. When considering sealing or unsealing, the court must balance the public's right of access against other compelling constitutional and statutory interests. Here, the constitutional and statutory
gonna
rights
do
of
it.
crime victims. Article 1, Section 8 of the Virginia Constitution, entitled Rights of Victims of Crimes, and Code 19.2-11.01, entitled Crime Victim and Witness Rights, require that crime victims be treated with dignity, respect, and sensitivity, and that their privacy be protected to the extent permissible under law. Victims are defined in relevant part to include family members of homicide victims, including spouses, parents, children, and siblings. As the Supreme Court recognized in Globe Newspaper Company versus Superior Court, the First Amendment right of access to criminal trials serves the important purpose of protecting the free discussion of governmental affairs. However, that right is not absolute. It may be limited where there is a compelling governmental interest, and any limitation must be narrowly tailored to serve that interest. The court finds that unsealing these materials would add little, if anything, to the public's understanding of the judicial process, while substantially infringing upon victims' constitutional and statutory rights. Here, the court finds that the protection of victims' rights constitutes a compelling governmental interest. That interest necessarily limits the public dissemination of graphic depictions of deceased victims, nude victims undergoing life-saving measures, and autopsy images, particularly where such materials would be available for permanent public distribution, download, and reproduction worldwide. The First Amendment does not require the court to permit the exploitation of crime victims or their families by releasing graphic images of their loved ones' bodies for purposes unrelated to public oversight of the judicial process. The victims in this case were a mother, daughter, sister, and a son, brother, and grandson. Their surviving family members' constitutional rights must be considered and respected. This remains a public trial. Of the exhibits admitted into evidence, approximately 400 exhibits are unsealed and publicly accessible on the court's website 24 hours a day. 74 exhibits were placed under seal. The court has reviewed each sealed exhibit admitted in this case to ensure that sealing was narrowly tailored and justified. I will note initially that one category of material referenced in the motion, the co-defendant's interviews with the Commonwealth, were never admitted into evidence and are not part of the court's record in this trial or any pretrial proceeding. Okay, those materials remain in the possession of the parties and are not subject to unsealing by the court. Additionally, the minor child's interview was sealed pursuant to a pretrial motion due to the presence of a minor victim, and that sealing remains appropriate. With respect to the sealed body-worn camera recordings, the moving parties requested that the court redact or excise portions depicting victims' bodies and release the remainder. The court received these exhibits in their entirety as evidence. It is not within the court's role or technical ability to edit, splice, or alter admitted evidence, and the exhibits must be considered as they are entered into the record. All sealed exhibits were sealed pursuant to motions agreed to by the parties at the time of admission. For the record, the court will now go through each sealed exhibit and state the basis for sealing. In doing so, the court does find that certain sealed exhibits do not implicate victims' rights and therefore will be unsealed. Okay, so I'm going to go through it and I'll give you a copy of this.
No, I appreciate that. And can I just be heard on for one moment on the body-worn camera footage?
You can, but I'm not going to change my mind.
Okay.
All right. So would you not rather do it? Okay, good. Okay, so let's go through the sealed exhibits. All right, number 4 is a body cam of Officer Hugh. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. A recently sealed number 5 is a picture in the far right corner. You can see Mr. Ryan's body. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's evidence body cam of Officer Beckner. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Number 8 is a photo from the still body cam, and it's of the victim's body. Number 9 is also a photo from the body cam of the victim's body. Number 10, the body cam of Officer Gibbons. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Commonwealth's Exhibit 11, the autopsy report, will be unsealed. Commonwealth's Exhibit 12, the autopsy report of Mr. Ryan, will be unsealed. Number 11 was Ms. Banfield. Number 13 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's deceased. Number 15 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. Number 20 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. 22 is a photo of an autopsy of Ms. Banfield. 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, and 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 are all photos of the autopsy of Ms. Banfield. Number 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71, and 72 are all FetLife conversations which will be unsealed. Number 98 is a photo aerial view of the house, but Mr. Ryan's body is in the photo. Number 9, a photo of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 100 is a photo of closer up of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 101 is also Mr. Ryan's body. 101A is that same photo with annotations. 101B is the same photo with annotations. 123 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 123A is the same picture with annotations. 123B is the same picture with annotations. 124 is also a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 170A is a photo of 171 with annotations, which is a picture of Joseph Ryan on the floor, deceased. 172 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's as well on the floor. 174A is that same photo with annotations. 181 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 221 photo is of Joseph Ryan's body. 221A is the same photo with annotations. 241 is a photo of the body-worn camera, a still photo with the victim, Mr. Ryan, on the carpet at the crime scene. As far as defense sealed exhibits, the body cam video of Officer Palmer has the body of both Joseph Ryan and life-saving measures being taken from Miss Banfield at the crime scene. And number 87 is a body cam video of Officer Casanova without audio, and the minor child victim is present for a significant portion of the video. And 119 is a Gmail log for FetLife, which I will unseal. So I will give you a copy of those, and I'll highlight the ones that I'm unsealing. They're already highlighted.
I appreciate that very much. And just for the record, I'd like to add that in the Nor case that we cited,
Sure.
the court did order the availability of redacted video and documentary records. And in the AP case from the Fourth Circuit, the court held that administrative burdens are not a sufficient compelling reason to keep things. And so I really feel like, there's a way that public can have access to some of this, even if they don't have the specific, very graphic images.
And the exhibit is the exhibit, and I take the exhibit as it is. All right. Thank you very
Understood.
much for
Thank you,
your
Your Honor.
motion, and have a good day, Ms. Smith. All right. Do we have anything?
Interesting.
10 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
All right. I will go ahead and get the instructions put together in the order I'm going to do them, get a copy of them, and if you want to stay here, I'll get you the copies so you can be prepared for your opening statements. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
She talked so fast, I could not keep up with that. My captioning wasn't keeping up. Angela, I just saw your message. You were in my heart and in my prayers. Thank you so much for letting me know. We'll chat more later. FYI, you see some changes here. We are, I have done some changes. I had an audit done of my YouTube. Yeah, that was cool. So I asked a question online. Do you think the jury will find Brendan Banfield guilty? And with the most number of votes, we had 40 votes. 95% said yes. 1 vote or 5% said no. That is very much overwhelming. I was surprised by that answer. Let me get to the second question, which was, get to the post. If I can get everything to cooperate. What do you think the jury will focus on first once deliberation begins? The timeline issues, 11%. The physical evidence, 6%. Inconsistencies in testimony, 33%. And witness credibility, 50%. 50%, y'all. If you haven't voted, go over to my YouTube channel and go over to post, and you can vote. Let me see if I can get this. Why am I not able to zoom? Are we? Oh, that's why. We should be going live. They should be live any minute. How's everybody doing this morning? Predict a major upset in this case. You do, Ari. When I'm looking at it, I say Ari. When I don't look at it, I say Ari. Oh my gosh. You do, huh? Wow. So what do you think is going to happen, Boo? So we get the autopsy reports and the FetLife unsealed as well. That is going to be interesting. That is going to be very, very, very interesting. That's where I need to be. So if you've not voted on any of those two questions, please go and vote. Quick question for everyone is pinned up top coming in. Which part of today do you think will matter the most? Jury instructions or closing arguments? Drop instructions or closing in the chat. Which do you think is going to be the most important today for the jury? I will share mine in 1 minute. I will give you my humblest of opinions. During jury deliberations, I've got two things planned. And I know, don't get mad. Don't get mad. I would like to review his testimony, part of it. Because y'all, it's sometimes hard when you're sitting here and you've got all this stuff that you have to take care of to 100% just totally focus. And I rewatched last night the entire, and I was taking a shite ton of mental notes. I was sitting at dinner all by myself on my phone, which was wonderful. I went and actually sat down in a restaurant in a booth, and I was just, a friend of mine had invited me out for dinner. We went for dinner. She left, and I just sat and just kind of chilled. And I listened to his evidence while having a cup of coffee and finishing my meal. And blah, is what I want to say. It was bad. I vote that I think he'll be found guilty, but I'm also thinking that maybe the jury wasn't convinced. Just covering my bases, so no matter what, I'm right. Yeah, that's true. I think closing arguments will be the most important for the jury. Well, I think the closing arguments are going to be important in the perception of it's there for them to tie their story together. The defense to tie their part of the story, the prosecution to tie their story together and put it in a little nice package with the bow and say, here. But I don't think it's going to sway the jury either way. I think it is not evidence, like Miss Angela said. Closing arguments are not evidence, nor are to be considered as evidence, and the jury instructions are going to be very important and critical for the jury to deliberate on their verdicts. How they wrap this up, I think, may help someone validate what they're thinking. I don't know if it will actually change opinions. If someone's on the fence and after they've heard all the evidence and they're kind of teeter-tottering, and depending how good they do their closing may or may not, sway that juror. Sometimes, now I will tell you, I think only once or twice since I've been doing this have I been on the fence. And once or twice have I been on the fence, and I've listened to closing arguments, and within the closing arguments, a comment was made that answered a question that I needed to hear in order to make my decision. So I do believe they're important, but I think the instructions are far more important because it lays out what the law is, and that sometimes clears things up. Closing arguments will be important because they'll tie the circumstantial evidence together. I'm hoping it will. After watching the testimony again, I was floored at some of what he said. And once again, remember, I'm down a hearing aid. I am facing a very uncomfortable ear infection. And with that, I cannot wear my hearing aid in my left ear. I tried, and it it just wasn't working. I tried and it just hurt too much. Finally got my antibiotic late last night. Yay! Got my antibiotic late last night. Not late, but yesterday after I got off the live, and I'm starting that. So hopefully in about 48 hours, I'll be doing a lot better. But I was able to sit there and watch and really pay attention to every single word in the captioning. Man. So we're going to go through some of his testimony. CA will help us clarify things, but jury instructions are always important. Yep. Closing arguments will clarify things. I will say, I have seen a case, and I try to remember which one it was. It's a long time ago, where I actually got more confused by the closing arguments. I did. I actually got more confused by closing arguments. I was like, I have no idea where you're going with this, dude. I'm confused. Do that. I was like, I'm very confused. So yeah, that too can happen. And then, oh, it's okay, babe. Thank you so much. We have other people in our viewing that are much sicker than I am, and my heart and prayers go out to them. And their health is far more important than this show or anything. So keep them in your prayers. The other thing is we're going to start looking at a new case. I'm going to do a little dive, and we may have a guest come on the show. We may have a guest come in. So, okay, I'm like, I didn't turn it on up here. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't see my feed on my thing. I forgot to turn it on. I'm supposed to get a package today. Supposed to get my glasses today. That would be nice because everything is squinty. I got blessed and I'm getting my glasses. Now, I will do the unveiling live with you guys. I will see them for the first time, try them out for the first time with you guys. It's been a journey. It's been about what, 3 months? I wish I knew who sent me this cup warmer. This is that hot plate like for your coffee cup. Yo, that has been a lifesaver. I love cold coffee, but not lukewarm. Can't handle that. The other thing, like I said, we'll go through and during deliberations, and we will be watching that. And then we will go through and talk about the other case. I'm tracking my package. Isn't that horrible? Let me remove this question. We'll pop up another one. Let me unpin that and we'll get another one up. Let me get this in here. Okay, there we go. Here's my other question. Do you think the jury will reach a verdict today, or do you think we're going into tomorrow? Just type today or tomorrow, and let's see what you have to say about that. Today? Yeah. And like I said, if you've not, please go to my YouTube channel, go into post. We have 2 polls listed in post. I've learned that you can do a visual poll, which is the buttons. Like, for example, I can do images. Right now, it has changed 93-7. So we've had 2 guilties. Oh, thank you guys. We've had more votes. Yay. We have okay. And the time, what do you think the jury will focus on once deliberation begins has changed, but it's still the same portion. So we're not going to go through that. Oh, I know, Angela, but there have been a few courts that have done that. Today's verdict watch 2 to 4 hours. I will put that vote up lately. Okay, I have a personal question for y'all. I don't know why my YouTube thing has done this, but not my YouTube, my StreamYard. Let me fix it. Are y'all liking the curly hair? Or do y'all even care? But I have been sleeping in rollers, and depending on how much hair I add in the rollers will depend on whether my hair is curly or not. This was very loose. And I've been putting a silk bonnet on. I found my silk bonnet. Yeah, my kids accidentally washed it. Well, I washed it. It ended up in my son's room. It's like, I didn't know what that was, Mom. But are y'all liking the hair lately? Because I think I am. And I'm sleeping on, do you know those old pink rollers? Old pink rollers. That's the only way my hair will hold curl, is if I sleep in it. I tried that long tube thing and roll it. It's like a donut on your, very uncomfortable to sleep in. Well, Ari, I wish I had curls. My hair straight as a board. If I use a curling iron to curl, it'll be straight within an hour or two. It falls out. And this is brushed out. I kind of brushed it out this morning, just softening it a little bit today. So we'll see how long they last. Takes a ton of product in my hair. My hair is so difficult. When I do my hair for, when I wash my hair, it takes me literally just to wash it and get it ready to air dry an hour with all the product and everything I have to put in it just to get it to hold a curl. Oh, thank you. Thank you, babe. Oh, love the avatar. That is so sweet. I have curly hair and I hate my hair, but you're so fabulous. Oh, don't hate your hair, boo. Don't. I may not like that my hair's straight, but. Well, thank you. Well, this is my natural. This is colored. I hate getting my hair done. Not that I mind the process. It's the cost. It cost me $300 to $400 to get my hair colored. One, the length, but two, because I take so long to go. I mean, my roots are like down to here. It takes a lot, and it doesn't look like it. But when she foils my hair, every time she goes, Ada, I love you, but I dread you, because it takes so long because I have a lot of hair. My hair is fine. Individual strand texture is fine, but I have a lot of it. So, sorry, boo. So eventually in the near future, I'm going to go get my hair done. I get it done about twice a year. I have naturally curly hair, like spiral curls. I have to straighten with flat iron if I want straight hair. Oh, I would have, remember when the spiral curl in the 80s and 90s was so popular? My hair was about the length it is today, but it was that gorgeous Irish red. That was my natural color back then, before cancer. And I went and they said, oh, you'll get that spiral curl. It'll be gorgeous. Oh, it was horrible. Solid frizz, fried my hair. And the curls were half spiral, half wavy. It was a hot mess. I won't perm again. Oh, yeah, well, June, I like your hair. I do. But it's naturally curly, naturally wavy. I get it cut off. Aw. June, have you ever had your hair long? I know being in the military, that may not be something you did, but just curious. Have you ever had your hair long? Okay, they're coming back into court.
All right. So there was a little
Blip, Judge.
blip, but we seems to have taken care of it. We got your clean parts now, and then you had the 20 that you wanted to put the two
Yeah.
together, which if you want to take a look at it,
Yes.
if you want to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
just- You wanted to add 20, but you had two 20s. So we combined them, Shannon combined them for you. Is that?
Yeah.
And there's no objection to 20.
No, ma'am.
All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the record, and we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right, so the jury instructions we read, instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, F, G, X, N, O, P, T, 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 36, and 20. Okay? Right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury out?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Hey, how are y'all liking the new banner or the new frame? It's called a frame. It's called a frame. How do y'all like the new frame? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you like it. June, I did see your post about Wesley Brownlee. I will add it to the calendar when we get going. Thank you, Crystal. Crystal H from WI. Thank you, Ari.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I swear, juror number 2, I'm going to have to put you on the payroll. You keep that door open every time you come back. I really appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in this case. All right, before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will give you the instructions of the law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 12 jurors of what the evidence in this case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, remember your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence, and you should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, a reminder that the court has sealed the names of the jurors for a year. Just wanted to make sure I remind you of that. Okay, as far as the jury instructions are involved, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the jury room with you, and it will make copies for all 12 jurors, okay? So you don't need to take notes on them right now, but I would ask for your attention when I read them, okay? With respect to the instructions I'm about to give, you might notice that at the top of them, some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered. You don't have to concern yourself with that. You're just looking at the body of the instruction themselves, okay? Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the Commonwealth's case and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? Brendan Banfield is presumed to be innocent. You should not assume that he is guilty because he has been charged and is on trial. This presumption of innocence remains with him throughout the trial and is enough to require you to find him not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth proves each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not require proof beyond all possible doubt, nor is the Commonwealth required to disprove every conceivable circumstance of innocence. However, suspicion or probability of guilt is not enough for a conviction. There is no burden on Brendan Banfield to produce any evidence. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on your sound judgment after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may also be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable conclusions from the evidence. You may convict Brendan Banfield on circumstantial evidence alone, or on circumstantial evidence combined with other evidence if you believe from all the evidence that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the Commonwealth relies upon circumstantial evidence, the circumstances proved must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence. It is not sufficient that the circumstances proved create a suspicion of guilt, however strong, or even a probability of guilt. The evidence as a whole must exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any has been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you've considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may decide which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. If you believe from the evidence that a witness other than Brendan Banfield previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is for its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said is true. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred within a 3-year period. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred as part of the same act or transaction. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. Willful, deliberate, and premeditated means a specific intent to kill adopted at some time before the killing, but which need not exist for any particular length of time. A willful act is one done with a bad purpose or without justifiable excuse, or without ground for believing it is lawful. A willful act is intentional or knowing or voluntary as distinguished from accidental. The terms bad purpose or without justifiable excuse require knowledge that the particular conduct will likely result in injury or illegality. To prove the charge of murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove a motive for the killing. The presence or absence of a motive may be considered in arriving at your verdict. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of using a firearm while committing or attempting to commit murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield used a firearm. And number two, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Perez Magalhaes has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if we can have the display for the jury activated from our table, and it does include sealed exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the
Okay,
gallery.
just to the jury and not
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going.
Crystal, I forgot how fast this woman reads. Man, it's like, brrr, in sign languages. Yeah, she's fast.
To do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count, that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted, and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex, but you have zero evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Lidsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, a photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine. It was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02, 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Daly-Graf's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Daly-Graf walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you were
Okay, I didn't hear this I got to stop. I didn't hear this the first time. And once again, with my hearing being deaf, I read most everything. But I just saw her say that Chris was found. Not Chris, sorry. That Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving a void between the fingers. They have no explanation for the smear across the right and to the left. Okay. But then they said off and then left, leaving a void on Joe's right hand where they had been overlapping. If someone is in the I mean, if they're like this and you take the hand and you rub it on somebody's body, that's going to have the void. What's these pockets in here? But if you're in the act of doing it and you get, it's going to get between the fingers. Remember the hands of the defendant in the video? It was like a glove on both hands, fully covered in blood. And then the explanation from the defense as to how his hands came to be in the position, neatly folded on his chest, covering a bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. Whoa, if I'm a juror, that is one of the first aha moments that I may have missed. Well, I don't think I would have missed if I was a juror, but you know what I mean. So you have a bullet penetrating the spine that immobilized the victim, but yet his hands comfortably fell like this. That is creepy and weird.
to believe Mr. Banfield?
That's weird and creepy.
There's been no
At the same time.
explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been
They wouldn't be
no
smeared.
explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us
They're showing
why
pictures.
a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion?
And mind you, also remember that the nurse in the ER permitted or asked if the defendant wanted to wash the blood off his hands, and the police officer who had the body cam did not say, no, we need that for evidence. And all that bloody evidence was washed off. I bet he had a combination of both victims' blood on his hands.
Brenton told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. They created accounts, they chatted up potential victims, they got Joe Ryan into the house, and then they shot him. Brendan stabbed Christine, let her bleed out on the floor, and then dripped, smeared, and wiped her blood on Joseph Ryan's body to make it look like he had attacked Christine. Then they called the police. Brendan let Juliana take the fall, and it took a little bit of doing, but here we are, and it's his turn to be held accountable. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we've presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years. As we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concert of action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight, but that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Mayor. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
closing arguments?
Your Honor, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the?
You can.
Thank
I
you.
just need to get the microphone.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient. Is that better?
Just a further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process. And so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells. yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife, rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moves the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sand says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sand says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times, and you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, and he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Perez Magalay's statement. Excuse me one second. So there, number one, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the 2 people in command staff, actually the 3 people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from Mr. Bruch, formerly Deputy Chief Bruch, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giaccio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Perez Magalhães changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giacchio, saying there's different ways, there's 3 different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes. That's twice now. 2 different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people of in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product. That's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified. And they testified as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Perez Magalhaes, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you that whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting bread in Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Perez Magalhaes provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation, because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Perez Magalhaes managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear and was without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt, because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. Catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house, Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into, trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his Easy Pass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Perez Magalhaes, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. 2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Perez Magalhaes as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No, we were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Perez Magalhães. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's gonna try to write letters. She's gonna try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? I mean, there are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asks for a continuance. And oddly enough, He was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, I mean, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And we, and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinyl Light Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act, why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Perez Magalhaes adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Perez Magalhaes is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has Christine's, I'm sorry, the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you would expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Interestingly, Ms. Groff says, all I saw was his hands around Christine's neck. I don't know that that's not accurate, but that's probably not what was really going on there, because everyone else said he was rendering aid. The police witnesses, who are more objective than the expert witness for the Commonwealth, all say that he was rendering aid. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured. But he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what Miss Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the prosecution's evidence. Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. That's also supported by those same forensics reports. He doesn't have any injuries to his hands. That was confirmed by EMTs. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now. He was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with. And he was walking around with blood all over his hands. And it was only after he was told that his wife had died and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do. And it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brendan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement. And frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this. When
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give you a chance to take a break.
probably about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research. Just come back at 11:55. All right, 11:55.
Thank you.
All rise.
I'm sorry, y'all. Go to the ladies' room and they take a break. All right, guys. Cell phone experts played more than a role in the modern court cases. Nick Balance in the Lori Daybell. Yeah. Good morning, Joe. Yeah, I know. Some lawyers think that they can retry the entire case. We are a few minutes behind. Somebody zoom. I know, Nala. I was going to get my monkey her breakfast while I was doing a comfort break, and then they go and do this. So now I have to wait. You can wait, baby girl. She's like, feed me. Okay, what do you think about the closing arguments right now? The poll is who gave the better or stronger closing argument. Thank you, Miss June. Right now it's Commonwealth. The Commonwealth. I'm going to go ahead and end that poll. I don't know why I'm excited to be getting my glasses, y'all. I've got the camera up here so I can see when they come. They were loaded on the delivery truck at 8:17 a.m. and at 8:07 a.m. they are out for delivery. I will do the unboxing live. I want to give a shout out for Miss Angela. Thank you for turning me on to this company. I just pray the prescription's correct. But other than that, I'm excited. And I even got the glasses that have the transition. Anybody here have transition lenses? Tell me if you like them. I'm nervous. I've never had them. It would be nice if they transition just slightly here, just a little bit. But since this is not natural sunlight, I don't know if they will. We'll see. We'll see. Because this can be a little much sometimes. Okie dokie. So, Mr. Joe Schmo, when we go to a verdict watch, we are going to be doing a case, introduction of a case to you guys. I didn't know if Mr. Joe Schmo, are you ready to do that when we get to the verdict watch? I hope you are. I hope you are. I do also, Joe, would love, Joe, if you don't mind, watching the defendant's testimony and kind of talking about some of the bull crap. I mean, when you watch it quickly, when you watch it live like this, it's different than when you can sit in and dive in and you really look at, did you just say that? Who says that? How can that be? What? So I would love to sit there and go through, and mods, if anybody wants to join, Miss June, if you would like to join us in that review of that and comment on some of the stuff, no pressure, don't have to. Guys, I'm going to shut my door. Sorry about that. I had put some food in the microwave for Miss Nolly. So I just asked my son to give it to her. Recess. Another 30 minutes, dude. I know. I'm like, how you doing? One sunny day. One sunny day. Oh, Sarah, you like them. It bothers me that my new sunglasses don't transition. Well, do they ever transition when they shouldn't? I guess how long does it take for them to switch when you go inside? It doesn't just cut off. So I was just, sorry, my ear. I did finally get my antibiotics, but it's going to take 24 to 48 hours for it to really kick in. So anyway. I have one of my media. They said they love my shirt. Thank you. This was actually one of my sister's, Tracy's shirts. We like the same shirt styles, but I always got black or dark colors because of my interpreting. But I'm not used. This is pretty. I kind of like it. It's kind of feminine and girly. Girly. Let me get to. Melanie McGuire's love and former boss testified. Well, Melanie McGuire was found guilty, if you were following her case, and they are setting her for a sentencing. She was definitely found guilty. I am seeing what I can pull up on YouTube for us. Like I said, I do have those pulled up over here. Ada working. Hopefully everything's still in Ada working. Is it? June, did you clear out Ada's working? Did you clean it out? I hope not, because I had a bunch of stuff. Or did you move it? No. I had put a bunch of stuff in there yesterday. I'll have to look it up. Oh, cool. Thank you, Miss June. I had a bunch of stuff in Ada's working. Did you clean it, Miss June? Because it's not there. Did you give some to her? Thank you, beloved. We are going to be following a case where a judge gets shot at. It happened earlier this week or last week, but it's not being covered, and we're going to be covering it. I'm trying to bring up let me see, 10 days ago. Let me bring up this video. Let me get back over here. Share this page. Okay, this is what we're going to be talking about during lunch or during Verdict Watch.
Responded to a shooting around 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. Lafayette police have confirmed that the two victims were Stephen Meyer and his wife, Kimberly Meyer. Police say that Stephen suffered injuries to his arm while his wife suffered an injury to her hip, but they're now in stable condition at the hospital. As for the shooter, no individual has been arrested at this time. LPD says it's an ongoing investigation with the county sheriff's office, WLPD, state police, and the FBI. Stephen Meyer is currently Tippecanoe County Superior Court 2 judge. Local officials shared their reaction to the shooting, with Lafayette Mayor Tony Zaworski saying, "Our thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Meyer family. I want to ensure the community that every available resource is being used to apprehend the individual responsible for the senseless, unacceptable act of violence. I have tremendous confidence in the Lafayette Police Department, and I want to thank all the local, state, and federal agencies who are assisting in the investigation." Kimberly Meyer also provided comment on behalf of her and her husband, saying, "I have great confidence in the Lafayette Police Department's investigation and want to thank all the agencies involved for their work. We are also incredibly grateful for the outpouring of support from the community. Everyone has been so kind and compassionate. We would like to also thank the medical personnel who provided care and assistance to us following the incident. Lafayette police have not shared any details on a potential suspect, and that any information on the incident should be reported to Lafayette police." Ryan Gage, Star City News, Lafayette.
So that is something that we will be covering this afternoon while we are in Verdict Watch. Thank you, Miss Angela. That is half of what I'm looking for. I did list those there in breaking news because it was happening quickly, but I'll transfer all that. That's half of what I'm looking for. Has anybody else noticed some glitching in Discord? Because I have noticed some glitchy where I'll put stuff in Discord and then all of a sudden it's gone. It's like it shows that it posts and then you go back and it's not there. Yesterday I was having problems with that. I did, thank you for telling me, I did put it in, some of it in two places, not all of it. But some of it is in there in breaking news. Thank you, Miss Angela. Sorry, Miss June, wasn't accusing you, just I was hoping you cleared it out and it wasn't a glitch. Because if it's been glitchy, then I got a problem. A big problem. Let me go ahead and delete those. I've transferred. Okay. Yes, I did post a bunch in breaking news yesterday. I thought about going live yesterday with it. That's why I put it in breaking news. I thought about going live in a breaking news, but then I was like, nah, better not. We'll just save it for today. Glad know you. Let me see what Joe Schmo says. Monkey bars. Okay. As a kid, I want to ask you a question. So as a kid on the playground, what was your favorite, I hate to say jungle gym, but what was your favorite thing to do? Swings, the dome jungle gym, the bars where, you know how they had the multiple level, usually 3-level bars where girls would just flip around like gymnastics. We had a tetherball. We had, oh my gosh, what all did we have? The monkey bars. It's not as nice. We didn't have the cool stuff like they have today. What was your favorite schoolyard activity? What was your favorite schoolyard activity? Uh, so, Judge Ware. I'm trying to read. I like them. Bothers me that my new ones, yeah. Really, that's going to be cool to see. I really hope they slightly gray out a little bit here, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Tetherballs, hands down. Do you know, Crystal H? No, I'm not being tacky. I've got an ear infection. I'm just putting pressure on my ear. My gosh, let me tell you, my dad was so cool. We lived on a Coast Guard base, and they had a tetherball at the school, and I would ride my bike every day to go back to the school to play with the tetherball. So for Christmas, my first year we lived on that base, he bought me a tetherball pole and put it in. And oh my gosh, if my brother and I didn't abuse the hell out of that. Hi, Mr. Close, Rachel K. going back. Okay, go back. Worth going back and listening? Yes and no. Prosecution, yes. Defense closing, he's still not done. No. We are on a quick break. Oh, why didn't I put that up? My bad. 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 Court is on a short break. Oh, but in school, my favorite playground I remember is when I lived in Petaluma, California. Yes, California. I have fond memories for the most part of California. We lived on a Coast Guard base, and the base was an old base, and the original captain's quarters was a yellow Victorian 2-story house. Love that house. We got to live in there because they built a new home for the base commander. And there was no housing available, but that house was. And my dad said, "We'll take it." So we lived in that. It had 7 apple trees, some pecan trees, loquat. We had plum. We had lemons. We had orange. We had lime. A lot of trees. And anyway, the school had a 6-sided circle with the swings. And if everybody was on the swings at one time, we all got swinging at once. Or if you had someone opposite, you could hook or touch feet. So we had a game to see who could get the feet touched first. It was so cool. And I've never went all the way around, but man, you know how you go up real high and then that chain link, the chains kind of give a break and then you come back down. Yeah, I did that many times. Here we go. I'm going to go feed Monkey. Yeah, the defense is a little in sign language. You're learning a sign a day, remember? Drawn out. Yada, 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 yada.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report, they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that. And it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that. She was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or it's sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm. You don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. one might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client, though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Perez Magalhães are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram, shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. Inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd, we saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake, not out of bed, based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Lidsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Perez Magalhaes' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Perez starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are timestamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense Exhibit number 358. Defense Exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying police. That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know? and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if we'd had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long. But I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And might leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument.
Okay, I got to say this. I've got to say this. That is so true. One sunny day. Didn't the supposed fantasy involve being broken in upon? When did it become they walked up the stairs together? How would they know? If you weren't there, how would you know how they got upstairs? By the way everything was laid out and the way everything looks, and I mean, part of the fantasy is to be caught off guard in your home and being forced to do something. that you normally wouldn't do. Yeah, I struggle with this. I struggle with that comment.
Switch over the mic again, Mr. Carroll.
Thanks.
Didn't I post in LiveCom didn't I just post the same thing in LiveCom? Or did y'all take that down?
All right.
Okay, I just thought I
Just a couple
posted.
of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really
see.
interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Frissler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really?
Hey,
If this version is correct.
Whoa. That's a weak argument, my dear, because in some countries, 10 grand is like $1 million here. And that's a whole lot of money over there. She very well could have.
Coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's going to give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support? The defendant took the stand and he lied. And he lied about collateral matters. He told you that he had a big career-defining work meeting the morning of the murder. And then you heard from his boss who said, no, he didn't. He lied. He said that he and Juliana did not have a plan to kill Christine at the time that they went to the shooting range. Well, he said, not at that time. If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to pick one. Juliana, Mr. Banfield. Whose story does the evidence support? All of that blood, the DNA, to some extent, the digital forensics, the physical evidence collected at the scene. That's what you can rely on. Don't rely on his narrative and his recollection of the evidence. For that reason, don't rely on mine or on Ms. Frissler's. Rely on yours. It is your collective recollection of the evidence that you have heard that is controlling. You know what was said here. You know what the evidence is. We trust you to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the Commonwealth and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, the verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access. And you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you will also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the 4-person signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard. 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count. Okay, so each form is separately.
So there still
each
is a
form,
firearm
upon
count.
the finishing of your deliberation should have the signature of the 4-person just on 1 space on each form. Okay, if you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, and that's not the way it works. Okay, so just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates, okay? We still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all and have taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred. And then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, you have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26,
Christine,
number 24.
that was the first number. No, number
and number
26, number
38.
24, number
So if
38.
you could follow Deputy Johnson out at this time.
Where's the fourth one? Maybe 13?
26, 17, 24, and 38.
Oh, it was 26, 17, 24, and 38. I would be mad too. I would not be happy.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate.
Bingo!
And at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to.
We didn't do bingo
You can
for
let
this
the court
case.
know
Oh,
you're still
we have
deliberating
not been
next
doing
week. You can let
bingo,
the court know
Miss
if you want to
June.
come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine.
We
When
dropped
you're
the
done
ball.
for the evening,
I
know
need to
there's
learn
one
how to
juror
do that,
has
Miss
to be done
June.
by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks and you can make them an hour. You can make them a half hour. You can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We'll make sure we take care of that. All right. Do we have another deputy that can? All right. I can excuse you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
And as soon as they start walking
Sure.
out, I'm going to start the clock.
Gentlemen, just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you. You can now go to deliberate. All right. If you want to review the verdict forms before they go back as well, the laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
All rise.
Okay, I'm starting the clock. I'm starting the clock. I'm trying to get a poll posted. All right, start poll. There we go. I would feel slighted too. I would feel slighted too. Yeah, count 5 is the firearm. I didn't know if I do know that they were talking about changing or dropping one of the charges earlier, but I didn't know if they had. So yeah, count 5 is the weapons charge. All right. So, everybody, I want to do a quick, uh, uh, there we go. I'm going to do a quick recap with my notes. So, in today's closing arguments, the prosecutor's main message today was Brandon Banfield masterminded an elaborate plot to unalive his wife so he could be with the au pair. The unaliving of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were not accidents, not a kink-related chaos, but a calculated plan. Sorry, the volume went off in my ear. Key points from the Commonwealth that I noted were motive, that Banfield wanted Christine out of the pictures to start his new life with the au pair. They planned the red room. Prosecutors stated that Banfield and Julia lured Joseph Ryan to the home using the fake account for FetLife. It's a fetish website. Then they staged the scene. The prosecutors argued that the scene was staged to make it look like Ryan attacked Christine Banfield. Their testimony highlighted inconsistencies that called the version absolutely crazy, quote unquote, pointing out that he denied planning anything despite evidence of coordination. Yeah. Now, his overall motive, the Banfield is the planner of this event. Julia was the helper, for the lack of better terms. Ryan was, well, collateral damage. So in the defense's closing arguments, I'm trying not to sneeze. Their position was the defense states that Banfield did not plan the red room. He walked into a violent, unexpected situation. The prosecutor's theory is absolutely, in my humble opinion, absurd. And there's no proof that he conspired to kill his wife. That is my own opinion of a wrap, just basically putting a wrap all this in a one big little ball. Basically, the key points to the defense is that Banfield's testimony, he said the idea he plotted to kill his wife is absolutely crazy. Quote, Julia was the real aggressor. The defense argued that she had motive and opportunity and is shifting the blame to save her own life. She got a sweet deal. No motive at all from Mr. Banfield. They stressed that there was no financial or personal gain that has been proven in court at this time. It was chaos, not a conspiracy. Banfield claims that he heard actual sounds, then the sound changed, as quote from him, and he ran in to find the violent scene. The self-defense, the defense of others, he shot Ryan because he believed he was attacking Christine, and so the defense argues that the Commonwealth has not met the burden of proof. That is where we are, in my humble opinion, of the case. That is my humble opinion, and I'm sticking to it. I agree. I think he meant for Juliana to be the fall person, and she wasn't having it. Meant to be the fall guy, should the investigation not by her straight. Yeah. So, are we opposed to watching his testimony and making a lot of fun remarks? Joe Schmo, whenever you're ready to come in, you should be able to. No, maybe not. I need to send you a link, don't I? It's going to be in your Discord, Joe. I don't know if you can just hop in or not. Can you just hop in, Joe? I don't remember. I thought you could. There, I just sent you a link. I'm trying to get Mr. Joe Schmo shut up because he said he'd hop in today. So I'm going to set the stage. I'm going to pull up the testimony for the defendant. Because there's a bunch of fun stuff. If we really listen to it, oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh. It is absolutely insane. Some of the things he says, I just can't wrap my head around. Now, I think he took the stand at the end of day 8. Yes, he did. There it is. We're going to turn the volume on. We're going to share this tab.
There you go.
You're all right, Cole. Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to stop and talk about this and have a little fun, y'all, okay? I'm going to test something.
Or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. Thank you.
It doesn't work. Okay, let me get it back this way. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? It's not what I'm asking. It didn't do it. It didn't work. Okay, I'll have to do it this way. All right.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Brendan Banfield, BrendanBanfield.
And Brendan, how
Joe-
old are you?
40.
Joe, let me know if you got the link.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And how long were you and Christine together?
We were together since we were 18.
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, where are you originally from?
I am from Long Island, New York.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to
Okay, I am going to zoom past all the promotion and the business and the home
Contact
stuff.
with her?
Yes, I talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she was younger, what kind of involvement, do you remember this?
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there. And this is, Valerie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
370.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valerie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
And was that Christine taking the picture, do you know?
I think I took to tell Christine, and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay.
Okay, I've zoomed to now they're having an affair. We didn't need to rehear all the family stuff. So
Did you
we're
tell
getting into
her
it.
Anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs. And that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's,
And
that basically that this is something that I have had affairs
This is a live-in booty call. In other words, this is a live-in booty call.
previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay. And
At
and
least.
likewise, were you aware of her affair?
I wanted the prosecution to nail his butt down on and say, how many affairs exactly have you had with your wife, on your wife? How many times have you cheated on her? And the other thing I noticed that drove me a little bit crazy is the fact that there is no one that's been brought forward to testify as to how many affairs that Christine had. He claims she had affairs, but there's nobody there to testify on whether or not that's true or not. So if I'm on the jury, I would not hold that as any weight. I would ignore it, because where is the evidence? It is hearsay at this point, in my humble opinion.
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay. And how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I wasn't in my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City. And I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. And I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. And we had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022. You and Juliana were having an affair outside of the knowledge of Christine.
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis?
It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or.
So that's interesting. He's drawing attention to the fact that she had a behavioral change. Once they were in a relationship, she supposedly chose to be more in their presence, going to the same places they went, doing the same things that they did. I'm not too sure I'm buying this part. I'm really not at all.
I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
Oh, you're so
So
special.
Let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
So with no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be a risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October, December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay. And she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them.
Okay. Do you see how he is struggling to find his words? with the show of hands or thumbs up in chat, do you believe that he never heard of FetLife or he never heard of anything similar to FetLife before? Because the way he is stumbling over his words, it's not a stammer or stutter. He is trying to, this to me, this is a big red, if I had a red light bulb that would say liar, it would be coming up right now.
Until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes,
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
yes.
Okay. So let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently.
Exactly.
Some dates
Yeah.
that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there. I was going to be there for 2 days. I was going to be there for 2 days. There was so I had a hotel, and
Why were you there? Can anybody corroborate your being there? What's the reasoning for you being there? Were you at a conference? If so, is there a registration list with your signature? Are there photos of you there? I mean, there's so much I feel that were left on the table.
Juliana drove there herself, not with me. Later, the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that
I am really frustrated that they're using the name of this child. Even he as a father, he's not protecting the child. I would never allow my child's name to be used in court for any reason whatsoever. I don't understand why they feel that it is okay to use this child's name in court. We know her last name. So, I mean, I hope that whoever ends up taking care of this child, that they are smart enough to do a legal name change on that child. And I mean, a complete and total legal name change, first, middle, and last name. And don't use the last name of the people that are taking care of the child. Because let me tell you, this child doesn't need to be in the limelight. And there are creeps out there that will go after this child. There are creeps out there who would want to see this child. I just struggle with this so much. And if you notice, I've not said her name, and I will not.
the grandmother.
Even when
comes
I
to visit us.
interpret its daughter.
Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was.
Do you notice his body language, how he is constantly looking at the jury for affirmation? What are your thoughts on this? I don't like it. It reminds me of Amber Heard.
There's quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting? Or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening, I was planning to drive to New York with Valerie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
Right.
my 38th birthday, and the
Okay.
24th was today that,
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party, you're talking about the 24th?
well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was
Okay, pay attention to this because he's talking about the meeting, he's talking about the manager. And if you remember correctly, yesterday on the cross-examination, they wanted to know when they spoke to said manager about whether or not he had a meeting, and the answer was no. So this is an
a
inconsistency.
particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes, other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you
Yes,
in terms of your career?
it was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday, the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits?
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay, so you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment.
So your workspace is the same space that you stuck your daughter in. If I understand, this basement was a finished out room. It had an office and it had a bed. It was not anything that was inappropriate to leave a child in, but he did, and that's part of the charges.
Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes,
And to what side
Duh.
was that holster?
it's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay, and so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay, attorney, why is that even necessary? Why would you talk about that? That was awkward to me. Give me a show of hands what you think. I thought that was very awkward. I was surprised by that questioning, and it was awkward. That's all I'm going to say. Awkward.
Now, who else was up when and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have my own, actually I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so in terms of, so that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack and she would bring the backpack and drop it off and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her, and her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. She Actually, I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard, while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar that was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room.
Okay.
And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie because Valerie wasn't in her room to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up. She was sitting up in bed. She had the blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, did so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into her clothes for the day.
Okay. Did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't. Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day?
No, man, that's the au pair's job. That's who gets to do it. I'm not involved with getting my daughter ready in the morning. I'm taking care of myself, boo. I ain't gonna feed, dress, bathe, braid hair, finish homework. I'm not gonna do any of that. That's the au pair's job.
Do you have any recollection?
Roughly
My muck buddy job.
7, a
Okay.
couple minutes after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one
Vienna,
that
Virginia.
I'm stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
Okay, so you left at 7 for what reason?
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 260.
Guys, I hope this is not a glitch, but the clock has stopped at 18 minutes. I'm going to see what this is saying.
Flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling.
Okay, so there's either a question or we already got a verdict. Wouldn't that be insane if we already had a verdict? Oh, you can't see their thing. Let me do this real quick. Look, 1853, it's not moving. I wonder. I'm thinking they have a question. I am. I'm thinking they have a question. I'm going to save that layout there for that. Yeah, I think they may have a question. I have no idea. I got to do a comfort break. We'll go back to the other. We'll keep an eye. We shall keep an eye. I'll be right back, y'all.
67 Toll Road and head towards my office.
Okay, and where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay, is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or place to get an egg sandwich.
Okay,
things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through?
Yes.
And it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
It was pretty quick.
and you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do, because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up the QR code section and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you know, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So
Okay.
it's kind of a loyalty app that's you would find for many restaurants.
And so when it didn't work the first time, you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes, then my QR code came up and I went to order.
Okay, so when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, you know, it's a two-way road. And basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay, and what was the parking space, what was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-through.
Okay, and so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large.
I'm sorry, how many of us are believing this? How many of us are actually believing this? The interesting part of his testimony is getting ready to come up where I really want to go through, but I had several people ask me to replay it. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay, and is that in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes. And then what, if anything, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay, and did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay. And so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. So, but it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to think to get back to the house?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends on, there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
Were you, at that point, were you rushing? Were you?
Objection leading.
What if, at that point?
So for 8 to 12 minutes, it took him 10 to 12 minutes to get home, right? If he's not rushing, a standard drive, he says, is 8 to 10 minutes. So what are you doing? Creeping home? If I got a call that there was something going on at my house, if I got a call from my daughter saying that Matthew, my son, is doing something, and I'd run home. If I was married and someone called me and said, I think that your spouse has somebody upstairs, and it sounds like they're doing the nasty, this chick would be speeding home. I would not be dilly-dallying. Heck, I'd be going all the back ways. I'd avoid every traffic light. I would get my butt home. Raise your hand in chat if you would do the same. If your spouse, if you got a call that someone said somebody's in the home with your spouse and it sounds like they're getting it on, or they're being harmed, or possibly red drummed, I'd run through every light. I don't care what's going on. I would not hit anybody, but cop can pull me over. That's fine. We're going to my house. Follow me, dude. We got somebody breaking in my home. This part right here is one of the parts that really sold me on his guilt, because he does not act in a normal way. It doesn't matter if you're a police officer or a non-police officer. The behavior he exhibited here to me is so unsettling. Just keep watching.
How was
While I
it
eat
that
my
you were
cornbread.
proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct.
If a normal drive takes 8 to 10 minutes and you're driving quickly and you said it took 10, 12 to get home, that don't make sense, boo.
route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there. Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else. At that point, I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's.
I'd be on the phone with 911. I could care less. He's doing the responsible thing, not using his phone while driving. Oh my God. You are right. Sometimes avoiding the lights can take longer, but sometimes it can take shorter depending on the light and the situation.
Devices that I remember.
Yes, cornbread.
That morning, I was just getting ready. I was just getting ready for work.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Um,
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second,
sure.
Judge? Judge, this might be a good break.
Okay, this is a good break. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is 5 o'clock right now, so we'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is available for Friday. Again, I'm sorry that I have to thank you for being flexible. I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay? So that'll be at the Friday schedule, okay? All right, have a good evening.
I don't know if that's going to be the Friday schedule now that we are going into jury watch. Oh, I know you're just playing devil's advocate. You're right. Sometimes it can, but you know what? He would not have a problem speeding. He's got a badge. He's got a gun. He can speed. Cop pulls him over. He goes, look, follow me. Let's go. I don't know. Jurors at lunch. Okay. What? They're not working through lunch? They got a short day. They need to work through lunch. Yes. I was about ready to ask if they were at lunch. You're reading my mind, Angela. Girl, you're reading my mind. Well, my clock is still going. Okay, here we go. Now, here's where I'm going to have a lot more commentary because this day was just priceless. I'm going to try and finish my cornbread. Yes, but was one of those jurors chosen as an alternate or not? That's what I want to know. If they're an alternate, it doesn't matter.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
And she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay.
What? Y'all got snow coming this weekend. Ain't coming back on Monday if they don't reach a verdict today. Maybe that will be even more of a reason to reach a verdict today.
And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, Had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year. And then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior to that summer of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
Okay, guys, it may be my hearing, and I'm trying to read. I'm looking up here, reading what I'm doing. Until I get my glasses, it's hard for me to read like that. I'm having a little hard time understanding something. Maybe you guys can help me. Maybe you can help me. You want to try and help me out? You help a girl out? Explain to me this. how I'm confused. I'm very confused on how did the au pair, okay, how did the au pair, where was she? Was she in the house when the guy broke in? Was she did she drive home and find the au pair there? Was she getting everybody in the car and ready to go? I'm a little confused. Please don't get mad at me. I'm just a little lost. Somebody help me fill in the blanks here. When and how did the guy get in the house and the au pair see him? Was she loading up the car and he came around the front of the house? What was the deal? Well, that doesn't make sense. They were at a cul-de-sac and watched him pull up. Okay, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't seem logical to me. I'm just saying. It just doesn't fit. What do y'all think? Yeah, I'm a little confused. Forgive me as to the details because it wasn't quite sure on her end when she testified. It wasn't very clear to me. That's why I'm asking. Agrieta, how did Julia know what was going on in the house when she called Brian outside? Wasn't she sitting in the car? A testimony, good, Angela, you're great. Testimony was her and the child were in the car at in the cul-de-sac watching him pull up. Why would you watch somebody pull up if there's no need to watch them pull up? I guess is my question. I don't understand that. Why is there a need to watch him pull up? You get in the car, you back out, you back out, and you get away. You leave. What are you waiting for? Why are you waiting for? I'm confused, guys, and I'm not trying to be mean, but if I'm on the jury, I'm going to be going like, I'm not too sure. This doesn't make sense to me. This is not making sense at all. Just saying.
I
Doesn't
didn't address
fit.
Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really I didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay, why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise. And I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're
Okay.
talking about the lunches. Why do you?
We are getting ready to get into some of the weird verbiage that I've never heard anybody say before. And this is where I'm about ready to start going off. Okay. Just letting you know. It get
Say
weird,
that.
really weird.
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Juliana, for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe, the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door. And when, if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key.
Okay, and in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay, was that something that you took care to make sure of?
I mean, the basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck, sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked, because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as I went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay. And was she doing those things?
Yes.
And
Okay, I didn't catch this. I can't say we. I did not catch this. And do you know why I did not catch this little comment that he made? Because we didn't have the audio recording that was brought into question. Remember the audio recording, and they were trying to say that that was the dog moaning? Was the dog actually moaning? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem. If I feel like this is a setup for that audio that they know that's going to be brought into question, because there is going to be an audio brought into question concerning the moaning of a dog. They're saying the dog was moaning. Some people say it was Christine. So to me, this is bringing that in.
I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I mentioned the gate, I meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also I guess a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog. But not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage and Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay.
Okay, that's weird. I want to hear that again.
She would generally, at all points, she would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. Now, and likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. Now, so you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, I guess, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door. And Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come. I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believed that it was. I didn't.
Yes, and I am after this, definitely.
After I told, that was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay. So when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement.
All right, allow them
I had
access.
the door, I guess, partially open for them. And then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay. And did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit. There's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time. But
why were you looking around the basement?
Well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay. And so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in
Why
terms of
not?
search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay. And were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other
I
than
did.
the closet?
I did open the bedroom. I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay. So you whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana. Well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there. But I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, sorry, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement.
Yeah.
And it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state.
And so where would Lily normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's mats, placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes,
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
that would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be I guess, a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be the kitchen, and through the hallway, not the hallway, through the doorway of the kitchen would be, through the doorway of the kitchen would be the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay. So the
Because
dog
you're
gate
so
was still in
tall,
place.
right?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
He's so tall. That's something he will bring up multiple times is his height. And one of the things, he just steps over the dog gate because he's so tall.
No,
Okay. So
she can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to go up to the next level. You just was it one flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I mean, I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay. And the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. So did you go up that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what?
It's going to start getting weird
were you
here.
Intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Okay. When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area of which I did not see anybody.
Okay. And was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked
Listen to what he just said.
past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked.
Okay. Tell me this. Who talks about walking past a countertop? This is weird, y'all. Countertop. Yeah, I'm kind of whispering. Countertop. Think about this. Walk past the cabinets, the sink, the pantry, the island, the dishwasher. Who says countertops? This is where his language starts to get to me. We don't talk like this. Is anybody, all right, tell me, has anybody in chat ever said, I walk past the countertops? What? And if you notice, he's not looking at the jury
And
as
also
much.
looked in the dining room.
Well, yeah, there.
So I would say that
Maybe he's looking more.
I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay. And was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound
Good use of IMO.
seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sound, I would say moaning, as well as skin on skin contact,
What did you think was going on at that point?
sex.
Okay. Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, it's to
Okay, I
upstairs,
want
which
to talk
is where
about
I
that.
heard the sounds coming from.
Okay.
Okay, I want to talk about this for a sec. Every time he says, I heard the sounds of silence, that's what I want to do.
To hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say moaning, as well as sound of skin on skin contact.
What did you think was going on?
Skin on skin contact. Can anybody tell me what skin on skin contact means? I am going to have to do this. I got to try and pop my ear. It hurts too bad. This, you heard clapping. Congratulations. You heard clapping. Oh my God. I remember the first time we heard this, I kind of went off a little bit. But I got to tell you, the more I think about this testimony, the more I worry that he needs to be in a state hospital. In my humble opinion. Okay, chat, tell me, different kinds of skin on skin, PG rated, are we talking about? What, I mean, skin on skin, smacking, intimacy, clapping. I don't get it. I don't get the skin on skin. I don't get it. And look at the look he's giving. It's like, that was the best I could give you, boo. Oh, that's a good freeze frame. It's like, that's the best I could give you. Sorry. Okay, keep going. But it gets weirder. It does.
Sex.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to chew this in front of you. If it was anybody else on the stand, yeah, I heard some sounds. What sounds did you hear? Sounded like my wife was banging some guy. I mean, skin on skin. I mean, his reactions are just so weird. And it even gets worse.
Why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was.
Did you see her lean in? I hate to do it. Watch her reaction. I love her reactions. Watch it.
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs,
You're emotional? Do you have any emotions? Because we haven't seen any.
we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess
Have you noticed how much thinking he's
as my
doing?
mind,
Okay, you enter her house. Sorry. You have enough forethought. You get a call. Somebody's breaking into your home or going into your home. You don't know if they're there to hurt your wife or to screw your wife. Or both. So you get there. You've got a lot of thinking going on. So you get there and then you don't go in the front door because you don't want them catch you catching them. And then you are getting ready to go up the stairs. You hear skin on skin. Dude. And you're right, Angela. We do already know that there was no actual intercourse whatsoever, forensically. And then you start thinking about, well, I never saw her with a guy before. Maybe I should go and deal with it later. And there's a lot of thinking going on for somebody who's supposedly getting ready to draw a weapon and can go upstairs. I'm not buying this. No, I think it's opposite. I think in his head, he's been working through the script since the arrest and he's overdoes it, changes it up. He's never told what happened. He has never told what happened. He's never given a statement. This is true. He heard JM give her testimony and what she said, and he thinks because he's a federal agent, LOL, they will believe him over the au pair. Yeah.
was kind of racing in this moment. The sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounded forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
You're thinking way too much.
Did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was
FYI, we're at an hour and 6 minutes.
facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor. When I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up this partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay, so you continued on,
Yes,
but you realized she was there.
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay, and in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
So you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Are you guys noticing a pattern here of what information he is actually remembering and what information he is not remembering? I mean, y'all, his selective memory is really starting to get to me. I don't know about y'all, but he remembers specifically which foot he actually opened the door with. How do you do that? I mean, I guess you can, but I don't know. It doesn't feel natural to me. It doesn't feel comfortable to me. This testimony feels very out of place. In my own humblest of opinions, it feels very out of place. Keep listening.
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in the bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes.
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees. And Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her. And from my position at the door.
In other words, doggy style. It's almost like he's afraid to actually say the words. You're not believable, dude. No wonder I'm not seeing everybody's chat. I had it on top chat only.
Slightly to
My
the
bad.
left of her. He was clothed and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they?
Soxy wants in.
I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard. I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police,
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that I don't know if he could see it, but it is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not. And it's February, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
Okay. You just said police.
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you'd said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear, when at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor.
I would say.
Partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay. And the bed, is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay. So from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay. And what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation.
Boom! That's a de-escalation. Oh my God.
I did not want to shoot him.
Y'all, I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard not to go ape nuts. You didn't want to shoot him, but he has a silvery, sharp object. He has your wife supposedly on all fours, butt-ass naked. Then he pulls her up to her knees. I've got a visual here. Don't want it, but got it. He's on his knees. Oh yeah, I forgot. You said you were poor shot. You barely passed the weapons test. Come on now. Who's believing the bull? I mean, listen to the language.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
Oh, please, sir, let her go. Let my poor baby go. Don't hurt my baby. I'm just going to stand here like a little wimp with my little toy lead shooter, and I'm just going to sit here and say, please let her go. Please, please. It is a split second pull of a trigger, de-escalated. And under the law, you would have had every right to do it.
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
Why repeat it? It's a one-time thing.
He did. He told me that she was hers. That she was hers.
She was hers.
That she gave herself to me. And
she was hers. Yeah. She was hers and she gave herself. No, she's mine. Not hers. She's hers. She's his. Dude, you're
Christine
failing miserably.
Kind of yelled, moaned at this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
Catch it, lawyer.
His. Sorry. She was his.
Fix it.
Say the whole statement.
He said that she was his.
This is this sounds rehearsed. I think he rehearsed this. What do y'all think? Do you think this sounds rehearsed? I think it sounds rehearsed.
And that she gave herself to him. To me is what she gave herself to me is what he said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned or both. And
yelled, moaned, both will do.
It seems that she went to her left, my right a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's.
Who uses that verbiage?
Really, at that point, her hair was.
Who says using forward movement with his knife and her hair was so thick you couldn't see? He was swinging. He was yielding. He was stabbing. He was punching her with it. using forward movement. Are you kidding me? This story is so bad. I want to know who wrote the script because I want to make sure they never become a script writer for the movies. Because this is horrible, y'all. This is absolutely insanely horrible. How in the hell do you come up with this? Yes, I'm at a loss for words. I'm deeply at a loss for words. I don't understand why this guy is should have pled guilty, dude.
Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or, well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but, you know, it's more kept. It was kind of large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't.
Best guess?
I can't see his left hand at this point, and so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
That's weird.
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern for you while you were in the moment?
There wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of
Weedy
his
whacker?
body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do
I
then?
was sustaining the objection.
What if
Um,
anything? Fixes everything.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time. And
So 3
Uh,
times, 2 times? So you told him twice. How much time is passing? I'm having a hard time. Are you like, let her go, dude? I ain't gonna tell you again, let her go. Boom. No, that's not what this sounds like. This sounds like, hey, I got the lead shooter here, and I need you to let go of my wife. She says she says I'm hers. Dude, let go of my wife. It just, the way he's telling this took an hour.
then I know that
It is.
I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that at some point he asked for me to leave, and at a different point he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe.
Ground
now-
is like, I know I'm picking this apart, but ground is like what you would, is to me, the ground, I can't, it's hurting. Ground is like grass, concrete, outside, spun around on the floor. Rotating and spinning are the same thing. See, he does, okay. When I write papers for college and I have a word count and I'm struggling, sometimes I may do something, I won't use these words, but I might say he spun around, meaning he rotated to the right. Well, that gave me just 3 or 4 extra words to say the same thing. That's what I'm seeing him do here. There's no clarity. It should be, these answers should be short and easy. Okay, what happened next? Well, he stabbed her, and as he stabbed her, she spun to the right. And then what did you do? I shot him. Now, I thought about this, and I thought about that, and I could have done this, and we could have done that. And oh yeah, by this point, she's rotating to her left, falling on her right knee, her right arm, and looking up at him when saying, I love you, man. Yeah.
on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
He stabbed her downward. He stabbed her.
When you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, he moved backwards a little bit away from Christine at that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and
I ran to my wife. I immediately hurried. Yeah. Well, wait, clock is moving. It is now, an hour and 35 in. Yeah. Yeah. Instead, I ran to my wife. What did you do? I ran to my wife. I wanted to make sure my wife was okay. I ran to my wife. Not, well, I immediately started moving towards my wife. What the heck?
I actually stepped over her. And I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could look at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you?
See if he was dead.
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay, and when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay, so what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine. And I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, and she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck. And I could see I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine.
Y'all, they're here. They're here, and I promised you I would do the unveiling with y'all. We need a break. We need a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, they give you a card with your prescription on it. Oh, that's cool. Oh my gosh, y'all. I have never purchased glasses. I've never purchased glasses online before. And this is, and here they are. Oh my gosh. Y'all get to see. Whoa. I have to say, I'm not sure the prescription's right. The distance is good, but the bifocal seems weird. Bifocal seems very weird. It's clear. I can read it. Maybe I just need to get used to them because this is, oh my gosh, I like them though. Let me get the green screen off. I can see y'all. Yeah, this is going to take some getting used to. Yeah, I'm not used to these kind of glasses. Let me get the green screen off. None. There we go. Yeah, you'll get to see that's the only thing that's difficult is seeing the lights. Oh, I love the frames, y'all. I love the frame. Yeah, that's one thing I'm going to have to be careful of is y'all can see the lights in them. I love the frames. Whew. These are going to be, I'm going to have to get used to these. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these are going to be, prescription's going to be, it's much stronger than my old ones. But I'm going to pull out some things, see how tiny I can read. But I could read this. Yay! I know, Nala. I know, Mija. Get a book out. I can read, but they are a little funky. They are a little funky. Angela, you're my little angel. Oh my God. They look cute, aren't they? They got a little wisp up here. Nala, Eno. I guess what's different from me is I'm going to have to angle them like this when I wear them. You put them a little bit on an angle. For me, what's weird is the bifocal on them is much stronger than my old. I got to try, but the bifocal part is much stronger than I'm used to. And it is a difference, y'all. It is a huge difference. Oh my gosh. I can see. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I got to send some thank yous out, but Angela, you're so amazing. Thank you. Now I got to go outside in the sun and see if they change. Oh yeah, they're telling me about bifocals and trifocals. You look straight ahead and move your eyes to each area of progressive lens to feel the difference in fields. Yep. Moving your head. So, wow. Y'all. This is cool. Y'all, I have not been able to see in so long. And I'm not like this anymore. I'm actually looking at you straight. Now I can get rid of the ear infection. And the case, oh my God, this is a serious case. I mean, it's not a soft-sided case, y'all. And of course it comes with a microfiber that's blue. And I like the color. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. These are cute. Oh my gosh. Angela, love, thank you so much. And I have some other thank yous to do later. And then they give you a wonderful prescription card to keep with you. Do you know that some ophthalmologists will not give you your prescriptions? They'll fax it to the place you're sending it to, but they don't want to give you your prescription. Yes, I know it was delivered. I saw him walking up the doorway. Yeah, June. Huh. Well, these are actually a trifocal lens. I'm putting that back. I don't know how small I can read, but we'll find out. But now, oh my gosh. Woo! See things I don't want to see. But this is going to bother me. I'll be honest with you. That's going to be something that bothers me. So I may have to angle. You can, if you wear glasses, if you tilt them like this, this is an old photographer's trick to get if you want to have your glasses to the glare off. See, it's much better than flats like that. Oh my gosh. Guys, I got to find out where the sweet spot is. It's right there. That's going to be interesting. Yeah. And they're cute. Oh, look at them. And they're lightweight. Oh my gosh. Well, the reason why I do silhouettes and those frames, I love my frames. But my silhouette frames are $670 frames. And then my lenses were going to be $1,200. I already had the frames. But I'm not going to pay $1,200 when the lenses and the frames with all the stuff, the bells and whistles, the glare is still there, but these are super hot lights. And then the transition for right at 500 for all of it. Y'all. Okay. Y'all. I wonder how bad my coloring is. My color Bible. I wonder how bad I've been doing. I'm going to see all kind of stuff now. But oh my gosh. It's so wonderful when you're able to see. So wonderful to see. Oh, it feels so good. And I don't have to worry about, I had people commenting and telling me I looked angry. I'm always like that. Yeah, it's going to take me a couple days. These are a lot stronger than my other prescription by far. My other prescription is like 4 years old. So these are going to be a whole lot. But Angela, now that I love these, I'm going to actually create a non-sponsored post, and I'm going to tell everybody where to get these, because there's no reason for us to have to pay that kind of money for glasses when there's nothing wrong with these, y'all. I am going to have to get used to them, but oh my gosh, I want to cry. Thank you, Angela. Back to court.
Hand back on top of my hand. And
I could read the button.
Put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, Had you asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room. And I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, meaning indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking, is what was she did? Did you know what she was doing at that time?
I don't think that's what I was thinking about
Okay.
I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that time.
Now, what happened next?
Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And what did you tell her?
It was at this point that there was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm. And I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the master bathroom door. This is kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far
When
at
she shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up And I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay.
Week, 10 days.
Okay,
prior.
I would like to jump through because it gets really not where I want to go. So let's go and watch some of the cross, and then we're going to move on. Because there's another case I want to talk to you guys about. Seriously want to talk to y'all about.
We were in and out of the same unit. Never.
Leave to go anywhere. Here, I move that in.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an
Yeah, we're
opportunity
moving
to
on.
tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me. The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay. And you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings. And it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay. But at the preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my
I see.
attorney.
Okay.
What?
So now that you've heard all
Whoa. You didn't even admit that Christine, I got to get my hair up. It's driving me crazy. You did not even admit. You did not admit Christine was your wife. And you're telling us that your attorney advised you not to admit that Christine was your wife? Boo, you need a new attorney. I mean, you have to admit she's your wife. It's public knowledge. It's documented. It's legal knowledge. It's public knowledge. I don't understand why you're saying that you were told not to admit that she was your wife. That confuses the hell out of me.
every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November. And
Okay.
I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them no, at no
Oh, look at her tattoo.
point have
I
you
like
had your
not
counsel reach
squinting,
out to
y'all.
law enforcement to
I don't
tell
look
them this
angry.
story
Actually, I
of you
did
protecting
have-
your wife. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you saved your wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay. Understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You took trips together, correct?
yes,
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No,
No? Okay. It's on your phone?
yes.
Okay. And the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday, I think, that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say,
Like I said yesterday, he loved what was between the legs, but not between the ears.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay. So let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel, Commonwealth 244.
Okay, I don't
Were
know,
you
do y'all want
aware
to, okay,
that-
guys, I really want to get to this new trial, this new case, but I'm trying to get Joe Schmo on. So as soon as he's ready, we're going to hop over to that.
That Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay. When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go to your meeting early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure, the night before on the 23rd,
Oh, on the
right?
23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay, and are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Okay, and was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that
Okay, Joe Schmo is stuck in a meeting. He's not going to be able to join us. We'll do this a little more and then we will watch, we'll learn about this new case.
she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo. She had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right, and the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she scheduled Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she scheduled exactly.
Okay. And you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
I believe they were coming in the evening and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly,
Okay,
because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay, you didn't see her with her phone at all. Did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes,
Okay, and she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact time.
So then would it surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Lidsky's work would show that she was not on her phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that with any?
I saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
Got it. Okay, so she was just with the phone, not using the phone.
Yes.
I see. Let's talk
I
about
gave
what
Nala one
happened
of 'em.
in the room that morning. You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes. Is that correct?
I believe that's what the time showed.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37. Is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911.
I did not.
Okay, and you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay, so you're leaving the McDonald's. You're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay, so when you arrive at the house, you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement. Is that correct?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay, and at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay, but be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believe that she was safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out. And it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp to.
Right, your mind
Christine's
changed. It
Yes.
wasn't sex anymore. Now it sounded bad.
Yes,
Okay. At that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
yes.
Okay. You didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
Okay, so you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that point either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured. And
Okay.
that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
yes,
Okay. You didn't shoot.
no.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point. I had only seen her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she, in this echoey foyer?
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for just a moment while I log back in. Judge, if I can have.
Sorry, y'all,
witness
swallowed
and
wrong.
Counsel, take a look at Commonwealth's 251.
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some point his mind changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him. But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
I believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck, that the blood goes to her hair.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, let's go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning / yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her at that point.
So we know from the medical examiner, and you know because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange. And it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay. But that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay,
there's
so you
only,
believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the 2.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes,
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
yes,
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
yeah. She told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my hand.
And then at one point, she tells you she can't see, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can.
I want to say this. You've got a lot of tendons. You've got a lot of connective tissues in your neck. It is not that easy to get deep past all that unless you've got a lot of force. And 7 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You do it just like that. He could have gotten a multiple. I could have gone, bah, 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 bah. Why does she have 7 wounds? 1, maybe 2. How long did it take for him to drop him? We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes, guys. I don't understand how this woman ends up with 7 or 8 wounds in the neck when he could literally. Bop, 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 bop. I don't understand. I'm sitting here thinking about that. That's what I've been thinking about. How long does it take to empty a clip or magazine? Actually, not a clip. The old school word would be clip. Magazine. How long would it take to empty a magazine? Not very.
Pull down the current display. Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal.
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth 25, also under seal. And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
yes,
Okay. And she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
yes. Her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay. So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
yes,
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because your
Your Honor,
wife?
object, she's
What's your legal objection?
talking about the case and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's the legal,
It's not relevant.
overruled?
Because I don't even know what your objection means.
I don't know where he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricant for your wife, correct?
I guess.
Who
I don't
he may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
I guess. I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes,
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
that's my understanding.
So how long do you think passed between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long, under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to
Too
count
long.
out 60 seconds, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, that would be a minute. And in that time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay, and at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe, and so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay, and you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have, my shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there is not a lot, and there's very little space there.
No.
I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay, Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes,
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
Looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month, when I can.
Okay, so would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business. They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I mean, I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group.
Well,
but I don't
without
know.
speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay. Why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was something that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was something that was going to be out of the house. And generally when I could, or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door when I was putting away my gear during the day.
So your gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and babysitter have access to?
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay. So Juliana didn't have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different. I have my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine has her own code to the door. She just being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
So
Okay, but what I want to know is how did the guy get in the house? Who let him in? How did he have a code to get in? How did he get in the house if it wasn't a setup? My humble opinion.
when you observed your babysitter picking up your code because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't.
Or I wanted her to know how to protect my wife and child should I not be around. If she's going to be out running around with my child, then I want her to know how to protect themselves. That's a simple question for protection. Wrong with that? Nothing.
Think about it. Also, I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something that was on my mind.
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I am aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Is this a breaking time for lunch, or you let me know? Okay,
I only have a little bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes,
that's fine.
I won't
Let's
make
do it.
everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement background?
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are attending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. So
Okay.
I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per
the
her.
upstairs, okay. Okay, so you
Oops.
were there then as your,
Whoops, you just had a formidable slip. You just slipped. I didn't catch that the first time, y'all. That right there was huge.
contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone.
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay, so while you are tending to your wife and exchanging hand placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were
Yeah.
taught. And that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I
No towel, no blanket, no sheet, no comforter, barehanded.
think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point
I think
after
that-
you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
You can remember pushing a door open with your right foot, but you can't remember a towel laying next to your wife and you're kneeling on it. This is why I have problems with this guy's testimony. He's
I thought it was
selectively
right next to me.
very,
Thank you. Nothing
he's got selective details.
further, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and, I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect or?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch then. Don't discuss the case and don't do any outside research. See you back here about 2:15.
Okay, so we have now Angela. You wanted me to play that expert witness. You'll have to tell me, was he the one right after lunch, the first rebuttal? Oh, we got
At
this.
what point did you feel like 911?
We're almost done.
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911 yourself?
Objection leading.
Sustained to leading.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her about that?
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes,
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
yes. Originally, she denied it and said.
Objection, hearsay?
You can't say what she said,
Okay,
but you confronted her about it?
yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy. At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
And in fact, were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do? with her?
Objection, leading?
What, if any, of those things, why? Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. She did many examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she.
Anybody here worked in a hospital? Is it not against HIPAA for them to be bringing home documents of that nature home? My husband was a physician, and he would not. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, they would carry some charts home to dictate and stuff, but you're a nurse in a hospital setting. You're not to take any of that home at all. Nurses are not allowed to take documents home. That's bullcrap. That is HIPAA. Those documents are supposed to be kept under 2 lock and keys. In a filing cabinet that locks, and a door on the office that's locked. Or if it's kept in a closet, the closet door's locked and then the office door's locked. 2 separate keys, not the same key. There are HIPAA violations with that, in my humble opinion.
She seemed to look at them relatively often.
And if this is weird. And so he's trying to say she is fixated on EPAR. I guarantee you, people who have been with people, either stood with them as an EPAR counselor, when you call the EPAR crisis council and they send somebody out to be with a victim, walk them through all that, including the exam, i.e. I've done that. Yeah, no, I could not imagine this woman being a nurse who used to do the sexual assault kits and wanting to be treated that way herself. Is it just me, or can my mind just not wrap around it? I hear you, Angela, but I guess in my community, if you worked for a certain hospital here, you're not allowed to take those home. If you work at a hospital, you're not allowed to take any records home at all. My husband's clinic, nurses were not allowed to take documents home. Now, he may take charts home because he may have, but he would actually keep them under 2 lock and keys. But he may have a patient in the hospital and he's on call and he's going to be seeing them. He may take the charts with him. But an RN taking charting home, director of nurses and other nurses, depending on hospital, yes, they can take them home. I hear you say that, but I cannot believe that would be the norm. And if it is, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. If you're a nurse practitioner, that's similar to being a doctor, then I could see that. But that's why you have offices and everything is supposed to be kept under lock and key. In my humble opinion, I'm not doubting you, Angela. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I just see a lot of potential problems with that happening. That's all I'm saying. I don't like it.
And so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault
Yeah.
nurse examiner. This is an estimate.
So what I want to know is how and where did she keep them? Putting them in a attaché case, a briefcase, a backpack with a computer by the door is not properly storing those documents, those charts.
I guess from like 2012 to 2017,
You sign them in and out.
2018.
Yep.
And the incident that you're talking about with regard to her experience, when was that?
I would estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And
Notice his behavior when he's talking about things that he's very sure about the dates. Very simple. Counseling 2013, 2014. He's not doing what I call the jury check. When he's really wanting them to believe what he's saying, he does a jury check.
as far as you can tell, were there ever any other instances where she was involved in something like that?
All right. I get it. If you're remote, I get it. In high positions, I get it that some of them take them home. Like a medical coding, doing dictations remotely, unfortunately. But there is security protocol when you're doing a lot of this stuff. Angela, I'm not arguing with you. I just don't like it. And if they're not being put in, now, for example, my ex had a closet. Nobody had a key to but him. He had a filing cabinet in that closet. He come home. There wasn't a whole lot of files in it, but he put it in that cabinet. He had a separate key. He'd shut the closet door. He would lock it. That is something that is appropriate and is considered HIPAA secure. Okay. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm not getting that feeling here. I just question a lot of what he's saying. Do you believe him or not?
She had indicated that there was a,
Objection, hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
okay. I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And how were you alerted to that?
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled this one. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her legs, to her buttocks, to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Now, in terms of your testimony and some of the letters that you wrote.
Do you know what, Ari, I never thought about that. I think there's a chance that Christine was into the FET stuff, even if it had been a while. That's why Brendan and Julia thought this plan of theirs would be believable. Ooh, I didn't think about that. I'm not arguing at all. No, you're not. You asked a question. Yeah, I did. I was just telling you you're working in a medical field that absolutely happens depending on the hospital. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think you're arguing. I love the back and forth. I love the information. I love to talk about it. But thank you for the information. I don't agree with it either. That is how security breaches happen. But unfortunately, I've seen it too many times. Yeah, especially it's one thing if you're talking about somebody having a minor procedure and the records get transferred around. But when it's an EPAR situation and it's a criminal case tied to it, you got to even be more careful, in my humble opinion. Right now, we're at 2 hours, 48 minutes, 2 hours and 48 minutes into deliberation.
You, in the letters, contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
I believe that Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he could potentially have had access to. So I view that Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me?
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together.
Hence, a standard hospital nurse. A hospital nurse, even a charge nurse, has their own private office a lot of times. Not all the time, but a standard RN, why would you be bringing home documentation? I don't think of any reason why a standard RN would bring home documentation, in my humble opinion. I don't believe there's a reason why. Not from a hospital. I could be wrong.
When Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay. And you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm just talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the
He was
decision?
waiting for it. Did you feel is leading?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. If you can have a seat next to your attorney. Your next witness,
Your Honor, I believe
the remote witness, is that
they were the remote witness.
the remote witness? All right.
I
No.
haven't communicated
Okay.
with them per-
No,
Angela, you want the rebuttal witness, not the remote witness, right? So the rebuttal witness, I think the second witness, I think
Right,
that's
okay.
this one. Let me know if this is it.
You swear or affirm to testify.
Is it that guy? Is it this guy? I think that's who you want. Let me know. Yes or no. I'll pause. Yes. Okay. I'm going to take a comfort break.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Sure. Detective Stephen Augustine, that's STEPHEN AUGUSTINE.
Thank you, Detective Augustine. And can you tell us what it is you do for Fairfax County Police Department?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 24 years, the last 20 of which I've been with the Fairfax County Police Department. The last 12 years I've been a detective, a technical investigations unit, forensic audio and video section.
Can you tell me about your training and education that led you to forensic audio analysis?
Sure. I possess a master's degree in audio technology, as well as a master's degree in forensic science. Prior to my career here at Fairfax, I was a full-time instructor at American University in the audio technology department, teaching audio technology, electronics, and digital audio.
Have you previously testified as an expert in forensic audio analysis?
I've testified as an expert in forensic video analysis. I'm not sure if they qualified it as audio and video at the time.
All right. Is there anything about video analysis and your training for video analysis that differs or limits your ability as an audio expert?
No.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'm going to offer him as an expert in forensic audio analysis.
any objection? Sure.
Good afternoon, Detective Augustine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carroll.
Sir, you heard Nick Barrero testify, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of some of the concepts that he was talking about. Are you familiar with those?
I am,
Okay.
yes.
And so you've worked with and are you familiar with spectrographic analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you worked in that capacity in the audio side of things?
On the audio side of things, for the past 12 years, I've done all of the forensic audio examinations and analysis for the police department.
And does that work, is that related to, and have you used spectrographic analysis in all of them?
No,
Okay, so what are the circumstances where spectrographic analysis is utilized?
in this particular case, he used it to provide a visual representation of what the audio was, what the sound was. So you're able to visualize what the sound is.
And in your 12 years on the police force and working in this capacity, have you done that before?
The spectral analysis,
Yes.
no.
Okay. Is that a tool that's used by people that are audio forensic
Sure,
analysis?
can be a tool, yes.
Okay. Have you used waveform as a methodology?
Yes, waveform analysis, yes. And I'm familiar with spectrograph analysis as well.
Okay. But you've used waveform. For example, when you're doing what he did on a case, you're using tools. You didn't use spectrographic analysis in any previous case, but
Correct.
waveform.
Yes,
Okay. And so would that be something that you would utilize on a regular basis?
yes.
Is that something that's crucial to audio analysis?
I wouldn't say it's crucial, but I think it's common across all the forensic audio software.
Now, did you hear him discussing fundamental frequency informants?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Did you agree with that?
I agreed with scientific principles, yes, that he
Okay.
presented.
Now, in your analysis over 12 years, did you use those scientific principles of fundamental frequency informants?
Yes,
Now, in this instance, did you do an independent test regarding these sounds?
I looked at him via the waveform, but I was asked by prosecution to look at his exemplary report and comment on what he had provided.
So there was no analysis done with regard to the known quantities?
There was no further analysis done aside from critical listing.
Okay. Judge, I don't have an objection to him as an expert.
All right, so we'll move him in as a forensic audio expert.
Thank you. All right. Now that you're an expert, can you tell us about your analysis of the defense
I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. Now that you're an expert.
work in this case?
Sure. I don't have a copy of the work in front of me, but the first few pages are just stating properties that were used in his examination and his forensic analysis, which include waveform analysis, spectrographic analysis.
And did you draw any conclusions from your review of the materials regarding the likelihood of a, let's call it, match between the Lilly 3 sample and the exemplar from the 911 call?
I did not hear him state that it was a match. He stated in his testimony that it's consistent between the two samples, which I concur, but there's also some further explanation that I think.
What is the further explanation that you think is warranted here?
Would it be possible for me to see a physical copy of the report?
The entire report or just the spectrograph?
Spectrograph is fine.
Judge, if I may approach the witness?
Yeah, you've seen this, I assume?
Yep, I'll give you one. Well, he's in attention.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
This is a concatenation, which is a fancy word for stitching of the two files, the exemplar and the 911 call.
All right, and specifically that type of demonstrative, what is that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created by Mr. Barrero, the defense expert, is that correct? All right, Judge, at this point in time, I would offer that as Commonwealth's. Forgive me, please, just a moment. Let me get to my exhibits folder. Judge, that would be Commonwealth's 252.
252, any objection?
What? I believe this would be hearsay for him. Work on it. He's indicating this new newspaper.
Not hearsay. I'll overrule the objection.
So what observations did you make in your analysis of the defense expert's work?
Sure. If I could clarify,
Foundation.
I can certainly ask some more questions if we need. Let's talk about that piece of evidence specifically. Are you aware of how it was created?
yes,
Okay, can you tell us how it was created?
sure. The gentleman uses isotope audio, which is similar to Digidesign, Pro Tools. There's numerous software companies that have the ability to edit audio files. What he did here, as I stated, is he's using a visual representation of the sound file. So as you can see here, they show the different formats, which he also stated as overtones or harmonics that are present within the sound signals, both sound signals.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 252 in
All
evidence.
right. All right. Oh, overruled. All right,
All right,
252.
please continue. What were
Sure.
your observations?
So my initial observations were that in the exemplar, aside from the fact that you had mentioned that there was over 5,100 seconds of audio, there was a 6-second sample that was used from the Lilly WAV file to compare to the 1.4 seconds that is shown here from the 911 call. Just to explain formants and overtones a little bit further than the other gentleman did, the fundamental frequency, which is the lowest frequency that he stated in this particular case, is 200 hertz. So what you would expect to see if you had a sound, if it wasn't coming from a signal generator or some sort of pure tone that illustrated a perfect sine wave, you're always going to have overtones. For example, in both of these, at this point, at this juncture point, they're both the fundamental tone, or F0 as he referred to it, as 200 hertz. What you would expect to find in any sound source minus a pure 200 hertz sine wave is overtones. Where those overtones occur, they occur on multiples. That's what he means when he's referring to formats. So here you have 200 hertz, your F1, your first format, 400, 600, 800. So the fact that two different audio files look similar because they're displaying the same overtones is normal for a 200 hertz sound if it's not a pure sine wave. And the other thing that I wanted to illustrate on this, can I fold this?
Please do.
Okay. So at the juncture point where he concatenated or stitched the two audio clips together, if I can demonstrate if you can see this while I'm talking. This is a 7.5 second clip. The first 6 seconds for his exemplar, the dog Lily moaning. This portion, if you can see it, is a 1.4 seconds of where he took it from the recording. So if I do my best was folding and lining up. I think you can see here. I'm trying to keep it still. Nothing lines up until it gets to that specific point in time. Something else that I noticed that the gentleman didn't mention in his testimony when listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files, there was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it on waveform analysis and zoomed in on the waveform so I could see if there was any separation between the two files. And there was no point that I could see where there was any sort of ending to the first and beginning of the last, which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade, an X-fade. So as the first exemplar, the Willie file, fades out in volume, the other file, the 911 call, is coming in. So it's almost a mixture of both sounds, which makes it sound like one continuous file when you listen to it, when you hear the groan tail off into the 911 groan.
So what would we have heard differently if he had not used the crossfade?
Best practices, you would have heard a full 6 seconds of the exemplar, which start at varying pitch. It's quite a bit higher than the groan that's represented in the 911 call. And you would hear the point where they separate, and you would hear the two different ones to compare to.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears here for a second. When were you asked to first examine these sound files?
I believe I received an email from Detective Bryant on September 29th of 2025.
Okay, so approximately a year and a half, almost 2 years after the murders were committed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were presented with these clips, the 911 clip and the Lily clip, were you given any background information about the 911 clip to further your analysis?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch any of the recorded statements of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No.
Okay. And did you witness her testimony here in this trial?
I did not witness her testimony. It wasn't until yesterday that I was released from viewing or discussing the case.
Okay. So when you performed your analysis of the 911 recording, specifically the hang up, is it fair to say you didn't necessarily know what you were listening to? Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
Sustained. I knew what case it was affiliated with, yes.
Sorry, say that again for
I
me.
knew what case that it was affiliated with, yes.
Did you know if anyone was expected to speak in that recording? Did you know
No.
what to listen for?
No.
Okay. And how did you perform an analysis of that 911 hang up call? What did you do with it?
I put it into Avid Pro Tools, which is audio software very similar to Isotope, what the other gentleman was using. And I looked at the waveform, and I did a waveform analysis and critical listening of the files.
And based on the waveform analysis and critical listening, what did you observe?
I observed, audibly, I heard the 911 telephone call and the computerized voice that's referred to at the beginning. And the operator asks, "Where is your emergency?" And upon inspection of the waveform, I saw that there were sounds present prior to the groaning sound that is heard on the 911 call.
Okay, so you're indicating in between the cessation of the 911 operator speaking and the beginning of the groaning, you heard something or you saw something.
Correct.
Okay. Did you dig into that?
I did. So what I did is I separated that portion of the audio where I thought I heard something, and essentially in Avid, it's called clip gain. And on that one portion of the 911 call, I was able to raise the volume of what was heard just prior to the groaning.
And were you able to make out a human voice?
I heard what I believe to be a human voice, yes.
And what did the human voice say?
And they block it. Hang up. Hang up. Don't talk. Hang up. Yep. Hang up. I'm trying to get used to the glasses, y'all. I'm trying to find the sweet spot. I don't think they allowed it in, right? Nope, they did not win. Y'all, I have a question. I need to get some yogurt for my gut. My doctor wants me to eat some yogurt, but I want plain yogurt. I don't want any syrups. I don't want anything. If I want berries, I'll add my own. What is a good, healthy, clean yogurt? Do I have the chat? No, you can have the chat, June. I'm sorry, I'll get my hands out of chat. My bad. Old habits are hard to break, my dear. You got the chat. I'm doing, but I was wondering, could y'all guide me on a good, healthy yogurt? I got to start eating yogurt. Y'all, one of the things for me is I see comments and I want to pop them up. That's Miss June's shot. I forget. I smacked my hand. There you go, Miss June. Punishment received. Sorry. I can read them now. I don't have to squint. I have misunderstood so much, y'all. Let me tell you. Yep, I sure have. Why is it paused? I didn't mean to pause it.
That you don't.
Greek yogurt.
All right, I think we do. All right, I think we do not have any further questions of you, Detective. Thank you so much. Please answer any
she lost
questions
that one.
council might have for you.
Y'all, but
Detective Augustine, what you've just shown is something from my expert's report, and it's a spectrographic analysis. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you testified previously in the voir dire that you don't even work with spectrographic analysis, correct?
I stated that I'm familiar with spectrographic, but it's nothing that I've done prior.
But you don't use it as a tool in your analysis, correct?
It's a tool that I have available, but I haven't used it in the case.
Okay, and so in terms of best methods, is it appropriate to fold a piece of paper in order to make a comparison as best methods?
I determined that was the best visual way to represent it that would make it understandable.
Okay, and was there any effort at making a presentation to support whatever your conclusions were today, other than folding the paper?
No, this is all I was presented with and instructed to have my comments on.
And when were you presented that?
I believe I stated September 29th is when Detective Bryan sent it to me.
So, okay, so let me understand this.
Sure.
So you were just given one picture and asked to make an analysis?
I was given a complete report from the gentleman's forensic analysis, and I reviewed the entire report.
Gotcha. And did you prepare a report?
I did not.
Were you asked not to?
I was not asked to prepare a report. I was asked to comment on his findings.
Would it be best practices in the world that you're in to have prepared a report to something?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and irrelevant.
Overruled, good.
Speaking about best practices, would
Yes,
it
sir.
have been best practices to create a report with whatever findings that you wanted to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
If I was instructed to do my own analysis, a separate report from this, I would say yes. But as reviewing this as a rebuttal witness, I didn't believe it to be necessary.
But you work for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Correct, sir.
So they could have asked you to do an analysis on your own.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this point.
You have the capacity to do a full analysis if you were asked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall?
Okay, guys, they've stopped court. It is 4:30 their time. Jury deliberations will resume on Monday. We will finish watching this and then we will figure it
Who
out.
got you involved?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Was it Detective Bryant?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection.
I don't have any further questions,
All
Judge.
right, redirect.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Ms.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith.
Okay, guys, so we did not get a verdict today. Dang nabbit. Dag nabbit. Y'all. What can I say? No verdict today. Well, I will save the other case for Monday because we're going to be in verdict watch on Monday. So I'll save that for then. So we'll have something to do then. You guys, y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Now I get to go take some tests. Now I got my glasses. I can read and I can get some stuff done faster. But y'all have a fabulous weekend. We will return same time, same place on Monday morning. And we will be, definitely, what is this week? Do we have a members only live? Got to look at our Google Calendar. Give me a minute. Let me pull up the calendar. We are scheduled for members only live on February 1st with the mods meeting. We will see if we get to do that. I would like to. I'd like to do a members only live on the 1st. So we'll do our members only live and mod meeting at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time if everybody can get together. But we'll see if they have court on Monday because they're supposed to have snow. Glorious snow. Yeah, so we're going to have snow. So take care, everybody. Stay warm, stay safe. Mods, thank you so much for all that you do. Angela, June, and Honey, thank you so much. Y'all are so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Until then, we'll see you on Sunday night for Members Only Live. Now, if for any reason that should change, just keep an eye out. I will drop a short to let you know for sure. Okay? Till then. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.